I'm 1,000 pieces, still standing tall, a voice in the chaos. I've lived it all. I'm the wife, I'm a mother, a friend in the night, holding a broken, still holding a lie. Shells in my pocket, dreams in my hands, building something they don't understand. The crafter of hope from shattered days, finding my strength in a million ways. They don't see the tears fall down in the shower. They don't know the pain behind the power. They only see me when I'm shining bright, not the battles I fight every night. But still I rise through the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings in my name. I built this boy full of pain. Every rebel that stayed by my side, you're the reason I survive. Still I rise, still I stand, with a broken heart and steady hand. They try to tear me down piece by piece, like I don't deserve a moment of peace. Was it just cause I didn't fit them mold, so they threw their stones and turned so cold? There are things I'll never say out loud, the kind of pain I don't need a crowd, but I carry it deep where the silence lives, and still find a way to give and give. And I smile when I go live like I'm okay, but they don't see the price I'll pay. We missing you with every breath I take, my sweet boy, my heart's still bright. But still I rose for the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings, this is me. Every left, still chasing dreams. Every rebel that never walked away. You're the light that got me through the grave. Still I rise, still out there, with your memory in my head. God, you carried me when I was weak, when I couldn't stand, you lifted me more times than I could ever say. You made a way, you made a way. And I've got dreams that won't let go, a foundation built, some love I know. For my son, for the words he played, I'll turn my loss into something I've been made. Yeah, I rise, now I'm stronger than before. Every scar just opened up a door. I'm still here, hear me now. I won't break, I won't bow. Mommy rambling, loud and clear. This is my voice, this is my ear. Every rebel, every heart, you've been with me from the start. Still I rise, still I fight, turning darkness into light.
I'm still your mom,
I still say your name.
and I'll build something beautiful from all this pain.
The lights go low, the clock strikes 9. Another mystery, another line. Truth in shadows. I never thought this journey would look like this, but I am grateful for the ones who stayed. When the world turned loud and cold, when words were thrown and stories told, some walked away, some joined the fight, but you stayed here. You helped me finally see. You helped me finally see. You helped me finally see. Because you said I kept going, I kept going. Because you cared, I kept going. And through the darkest nights I knew I could make it thanks to you. This channel isn't just a stream, it's more than we could ever choose. True crime, crafts, and hearts that mend, a family that won't pretend, won't pretend. I am grateful I am here because you turned my pain to cheer. And even those who walked away, I hope they find a better day. I won't be bitter, I won't close. My heart still grows, my kindness flows. That's what life is meant to be. A face for you, is for you, a place for me. I lost so much I won't deny. Some days I still just wonder why. But purpose came and so did you. And now I know what I can do to build a space where voices rise, where no one hides, where truth survives, where friendship means you show you care, not just when life is easy there. Because you stayed, I keep believing. Because you care, I keep achieving. Through every tear, through every flame, I still remember every name. This is more than just a stream, it's family, it's our dream. Grateful heart, always say thank you for staying. Because you stayed. My name is Caroline, and this channel was built on something stronger than hate. It was built on truth, courage, and family. They try to shake the ground I stand on, try to drown me in the noise, but every lie just made me louder. Every storm just found my voice. Some of you came here for answers. Some of you came just to see. And somewhere in the middle of it, you became family.
Hello, hello. Let me make sure the mic is working. Hang on. I had to get my cup of coffee because. No, I'll check it. It's very easy. I just have to go to the end here. And then Carolyn. Let's see. Who's that? Hold on. Hi, Barbara. Very nice, Carolyn. Music. Keep going. You have great purpose. Oh, yep, Barbara. I will, as long as there's breath in me, right? Now let's see. Let me see if this is going. No, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so tonight we talked about this Taylor Parker case here a few weeks ago when that documentary. Well, we talked about the case when it happened, but then we talked when the Netflix documentary came out and went over it, but we did not watch the very extensive interview that came from the real police cam. It was used in the documentary, and we're going to go through the whole thing from start to finish here. But just in case some of you are not familiar with this, let me turn my camera on. Here we go. Just in case you're not, and it's still not warm enough to swim. It was almost, but it was actually periods of the day where it was chilly. We're supposed to be getting a heat wave. I don't know. Let's hope so. Okay. So, but it was nice and sunny. Went on a walk. Anyway, I'm going to just give you the factual background of this case from the legal documents because we want to deal with facts, right? And just in case you didn't see this, so that you have some preface for the interview we're going to see. So the factual background on the case, let me make this a little larger so I can see this better. I know, like yesterday, somebody put nanny in there and I thought they said Nancy. Okay, so at the age of 17, Taylor Parker gave birth to her first child named Emerson. The baby's father was her then boyfriend, Donald Whiteside. The couple eventually split, and Taylor began dating and later married another man named Tommy Wacasey. At the age of 21, she gave birth to her second child, a son named Trey, with Wacasey. She had to be induced because of a condition called preeclampsia. So that's a pregnancy complication that's characterized by high blood pressure and protein in your urine. And due to that complication, Taylor Parker decided that she would get her tubes tied, tubal ligation, to prevent future pregnancies. But a tubal ligation, if it's done a certain way, it can be reversed should anyone ever change their mind, okay? And the tubal ligation failed, though. And 2 years after giving birth to Trey, she had an ectopic pregnancy. That's a pregnancy that's forming outside of the uterus. It's usually in the fallopian tube. An ectopic pregnancy is a pregnancy where the egg implants in a fallopian tube. But see, it can be anywhere outside of the uterus. Can be a tubal pregnancy. During the exploratory surgery to resolve the ectopic pregnancy, the doctors discovered that Taylor had a complex cyst, and she had scarring from endometriosis, where the lining of the uterus grows outside of the uterus, and she was under anesthesia. Now, I don't agree with this. This is horrible. Okay, she was under anesthesia, and her then husband made the decision, just go ahead and give her the hysterectomy. That's crazy. And given her age, she was in her early 20s, but that's something she should have. They should have just taken care of the tubal and not done that. I don't agree with that at all. That, because you can't go back. You can't, right? That's huge. Wacasey authorized doctors to perform a hysterectomy. Doctors removed her uterus, her cervix, and one of her ovaries When she woke up after the surgery, she flew off the handle. Yeah, I would too. And asked why Wakasey didn't wake her up so she could make that decision. She and Wakasey divorced in 2017, soon after she began dating a man named Hunter Parker. And they married in 2018. During her relationship with Parker, Taylor asked multiple friends to serve as a surrogate for her because she wanted to have more children. She still had one ovary, she could produce eggs. But she couldn't carry them because of the hysterectomy. But then her and Parker divorced in 2019. And then she began dating a man named Wade Griffin. Several witnesses at trial testified that Taylor was obsessed with him and would be ecstatic when she was around him, even though you could tell he didn't feel the same way about her. The prosecution introduced evidence of several instances when Taylor went to great lengths to keep Griffin in the relationship. And she told him that she was pregnant in January of 2020. In the following months, she purchased a silicone moon belly. It's a prosthetic belly, right? As well as a customized ultrasound. She prepared a nursery in Griffin's home, and she had a maternal photo shoot. She held a gender reveal party, and she chose a name for the baby. Her due date was late September of 2020. It passed without her giving birth. She told Griffin that she would be induced or have a C-section at Titus Regional Medical Center in Mount Pleasant, Texas on October 5th of 2020. But on the morning of October 5th, Griffin's house caught on fire. He was able to put the fire out with the water hose. Later that morning, the medical center received a bomb threat and had to evacuate. Taylor blamed both of those events on her mother, Shona Pryor. She told Griffin that in order to avoid her mother, she had to travel to Idabel, Oklahoma to give birth at McCurtain Memorial Hospital. Now, what you learn in the documentary just first, that she's telling this guy she has a lot of money. She's in this syrup business. She doesn't get along with her mother, but she's just due to come into a lot of money. But then she said she was buying something and that fell through and her lies were coming out, okay? So instead of traveling to Idabel, she went to the home of Reagan Hancock. Now, Reagan Hancock is somebody, she actually photographed Reagan's wedding, okay? And then got friendly with her. Reagan was pregnant. And who do you think she was going to get the baby from? So he had to go do something with these hogs. And she's like, no, you go do that. She told him she wasn't feeling well or something. And then she went over here to Reagan's house, okay? So she went to the house of Reagan Hancock. And she knew she was pregnant, of course. And she arrived at 7:30 a.m. And what followed is described by the prosecutors as a slaughtered woman in her home, a missing baby, a fetal abduction. The crime scene technician, Mark Sullivan, testified that Reagan was attacked in several places around the house. Okay. She, with multiple strikes in each location, and she continued standing and walking while bleeding. She was fighting for her life. The assault continued while Reagan was on the floor. The medical examiner, Dr. Melinda Flores, testified that Reagan had 113 sharp force injuries. She had 15 stab wounds and 98 incised wounds. She had 2 wounds that perforated her jugular vein. She had several that went all the way down to the bone. She also suffered 39 blunt force injuries, primarily to her face and to her head, as well as a broken nose and 5 skull fractures. Dr. Flores testified that the injuries to Reagan's head indicated that she may have been hit in the head by a hammer. Dr. Flores also testified there was evidence of possible strangulation. Reagan lost so much blood in the attack that some of her wounds didn't even bleed due to low blood pressure. After murdering Reagan, I remember that part like crazy. Feels like yesterday I read that. Taylor performed a crude C-section to remove her unborn child, Braxlin. She cut a large incised wound going across Reagan's lower abdomen with her uterus coming through it. The uterus was also opened. She also removed the placenta and the umbilical cord. Now, there is something too that I've read that she had to actually run to her car and get a scalpel, something that was used for animals, because the stuff she got from the kitchen there was not sharp enough. I don't know if they say it in here. Cell tower data showed that Taylor Parker left Reagan's house between 9:09 and 9:14 a.m. and at 9:36 a.m. she was stopped by Trooper Lee Shavers after he observed her driving erratically, speeding and almost hitting another vehicle. After contacting Taylor, Trooper Shavers observed an umbilical cord going down into her pants and a baby that was not breathing and appeared very limp, kind of white in color. 2 ambulances transported Taylor and Braxlin to McCurtain Memorial Hospital, and she was arrested at the hospital, and Braxlin was later pronounced dead. She was charged with capital murder. But we're going to get to the part right now where she's going to arrive at the hospital. So you know everything up to this point, right? It's not her baby. She cut the baby out of her friend's uterus. There was a 3-year-old child also at the house. She was unharmed, but she was in her room cowering until after her mother found her, after Reagan's mother found her. Horrific. Then she sent in her father, and he found the little girl, and or is the father or the stepfather? But let me get this up here, so I think that we have a good lead in now to this. And let me pull it all the way back here. Okay.
Everything's negative, so that we have that. You hear me? But we can do blood on that and prove that it's not hers. So if she wants to, can I help you?
This is
a big deal.
yeah.
Okay, yes. Are you ready? I'm coming.
Is she trying to leave?
There's 2 in there. The one is ours, that's ours.
Okay. Can I go?
Come this way, you.
Do not let her out that door. I'm gonna need
Real joke.
I can go.
Hold on a minute. I'm trying to see what you're asking. Hold on. I remember Hi B Lady, saying her on a YouTube video in a hospital. Yeah, you're going to see that now. That's the police cam. She had a child or two. Yes, she did. This is the video I saw, but I didn't watch. Okay, well, you're going to watch it now, so sit tight.
That way, right? So she shows no signs. You can't check for hemorrhaging. She should be hemorrhaging right now. Wait. Okay, what is HCG?
It's a hormone that is secreted by the placenta only.
Okay.
And if there's a baby in there, the HCG is what the hormone mandates, go and get the nutrients and bring it to baby.
Okay.
So it's in mama's blood, mama's urine, mama's everything.
Okay.
It stays in it for 6 weeks.
Okay. All right.
It's taken off. You don't want no part.
Huh?
You don't want no part of this. He took it off. He's the OB-GYN. Yeah, I was the one that got called up resuscitating the baby.
What did we step into? Oh, it's interesting. So,
Murder, kidnapping almost.
I think it's gonna be that.
Yeah, because we've had Lamar County called here too. Lamar County, I talked to Texarkana, and then Bowie County.
So when I'm talking, they're talking. I don't understand. They've never done this before. Why do they keep mailing? I was like, hey, I'm just the ER doctor. I said, I don't know why you're not up.
Okay. She's in there. She refuses to have a vaginal check to make sure she's not hemorrhaging. They've done an ultrasound and HCG, and it doesn't show that she's been pregnant. They have the placenta.
Where's she?
She is in the room. She
Not
is
letting her leave.
no. She is in the room.
She's already started questioning why people don't
But we're gonna go sit with her.
They're going to go sit with her.
But she didn't test is negative.
Well, it's fine. Chad's got more information than I
I know, I was on like a conversation call with them.
I'm so surprised more of them are not wearing masks because this was the height of COVID. You heard that person coughing in there when we.
He's an hour away. I can sit with her.
do. Well, that's what Chad wants to do.
Just talk with the ER doctor. They took blood work, HCG levels, which is a hormone. It's not showing she was pregnant. And they're saying that the placenta, they can send the placenta off for test and whether it comes back to her or not.
He just said she's had a hysterectomy, this guy in this maroon shirt, and he said she cut the baby out. So they're fully aware of what she did. You have to understand that.
She won't let her do a vaginal exam to make sure she's not hemorrhaging. She won't let her.
No, the baby is not discarded. The baby went to the hospital with her, B-lady. She was trying to pass the baby off as her own and save it.
Hey there. What's your name? Taylor. Hey, my name's Chad. Stansby. I'm a OSBI agent up here, and I heard you brought your baby in. What's the... Did you give birth on the side of the road or something? Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Where was that here? In McCurtain County?
No, it was in DeKalb.
DeKalb down in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. You said it's Taylor?
Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
And what's your last name, Taylor?
Parker, P-A-R-K-E-R.
So what happened this morning? Did you just go into labor on the side of the road?
No, man,
Yeah, she was holding it.
I ride with my fiance, and we sell, we own a home buying facility, and we were gonna come through here, but I was having contractions and stuff and wasn't feeling good, so I stayed at home and told him we would just meet here after he dropped the hogs at 7. And he got tied up. I mean, he's on his way.
Okay. All right. Now how did you get here? Did you drive yourself?
No, an ambulance brought me. Yes,
Oh, okay.
LifeNet.
Oh, okay.
From DeKalb?
Yes. Yeah, I had a LifeNet. I had a nurse help me. A LifeNet nurse lady help me.
Okay. Did, now what's your boyfriend's name, your fiance?
Wade Griffin.
Wade? Okay, have you gotten hold of him?
Yeah, he's on his way. He said he was about an hour out.
Oh, okay. All right. The nurses said that you weren't to let the doctor check you to make sure you weren't hemorrhaging or anything.
They did an ultrasound.
The hemorrhaging, I hemorrhaged really bad when I had my. The hemorrhaging is the bleeding. whether you're passing clots or not passing clots. It's really good to have you checked for that, because I know I was passing massive clots and they were about to start giving me blood. That's why they're wanting to check out, any damage, and check to make sure you're not bleeding inside internally. That's why they're wanting to make sure.
Well, that's okay, that's fine. I didn't know it was a big deal not to want the guy to do that.
No, I mean, if you don't want to, that's up to you, but that's why they're wanting to check, just to make sure.
Make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, you've got blood all over you and all over your fingernails, and I mean, that's a pretty intense thing.
Having it on the side of the road.
Yeah.
It's scary. You want to make sure you're okay.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's fine.
Okay.
You can get the doctor.
Yeah.
Obviously, we need to check. We're mostly concerned about your health.
Yeah, that's the big concern too.
Did I do something wrong for them bringing me over here?
What did you have? Did you have a boy or a girl?
A girl?
A girl. Okay.
You got a name?
Clancy Gale.
Clancy Gale.
That's a nice name.
It is a nice
You have any other children?
I have two.
Do you?
How old?
Emerson's 10 and Trey's 6.
Oh, wow. So, going from 6 to a new one now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to check with the doctor here. Of course, we'll step out.
Did I do something wrong?
No.
Yeah. You think?
Oh, okay.
He's a very good man.
Here's the. I'm just gonna be upfront with you. I've been talking to the VA down in Bowie County, and they've been working on a case down there. And we know that you had a hysterectomy sometime back, and that you claimed to be pregnant for a while, but that you really weren't. So we're trying to figure out where this baby came from. But you didn't give birth this morning.
What do you mean?
What?
That's what I just said. You didn't give birth this morning. And we want to know where this baby came from.
Okay, hang on a minute. I want to
That's why I'm
just
here.
hold on. I'm gonna put it back. I just have to.
So what happened?
I just told y'all what happened.
Okay. What's the doctor gonna find when he comes in and checks you? Is he gonna find you just gave birth?
I'm gonna put it back. Don't worry.
They can tell. When he looks, he can tell him about it.
I'm just gonna sit up
You gave
here.
birth or not.
Okay.
So is he gonna find that you gave birth this morning?
Yes.
Okay. He'll be here. But the information I've got is you've had a hysterectomy in the past, and you had a hysterectomy, you can't be pregnant. And you came into a hospital and we want to know where this newborn came from.
Okay.
So you still saying it came from you?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Because we do DNA on it, and be able to tell pretty quick. Took long at all.
They have the placenta, and they can see the placenta.
Okay.
So you gave birth to this child.
Yes.
We're just making sure.
Who drove the ambulance drove you here?
Yes.
From me.
Yes.
If there's anything you need to talk us about, you can.
I don't know what everybody wants me to talk about.
I found a woman this morning on the side of the road, and the baby had been removed from her body. And then you show up with a baby. And information is, you've had a hysterectomy There's no way you could have been pregnant. Even though you've been telling people for a while you've been pregnant. There's no way you could have been pregnant. And
I didn't hurt anybody on the side of the road.
well, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that there's a woman that had her baby removed from her body. Her body's found on the side of the road. I didn't say you did. I just want to know what happened, where this baby came from. Doctor's gonna be here in a minute.
See, her body, I don't know whether he purposely said that or he got his story mixed up. The body was not found on the side of the road. Reagan Hancock was killed in her house with a 3-year-old daughter there. So, yeah.
Who was the lady? Do you know who she is?
I don't know what lady you're talking about.
Okay.
This was something. No. They got no. There was nothing on the side of the road. She was pulled over in the road. She said she gave birth on the side. They told her the woman was found on the side of the road. That's not true. No problem.
What was your last name? Parker?
Parker.
You have ID in here?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything? Do you mind if I check? You're okay with that?
I think it's in the little pocket, little leopard pocket.
Leopard pocket? This thing? You got glue? No, there's some right there.
So they lied to Taylor. Got it.
Just in case
They
I
either.
just want to make sure I don't want.
Police lie all the time in interrogations, B. Liddy. So he either lied to her, or at this time, this guy didn't know where she was found. But I know he had to have known where she was found. So I think he didn't want to let on that they know who it is. And they wanted her maybe to have a shock factor that, wait a second, she knows she left her in the house. Now they're saying a lady was found on the side of the road. So I'm sure it was a tactic. So yes, they lied to her, but yes, it was a tactic. And that's very normal for police. Okay.
COVID, all that good crap going on.
Where are you from?
From Sims.
From Sims, Texas.
Where?
Sims, Texas.
Have you heard of that? Is it in here or in here?
It's on the side.
It's on the side. You lost it?
No, that's an old address.
Oh, it's on this one.
I've been in Sims for a little over a year now.
Okay. Just gonna keep that, I'll put all your stuff back in here, okay?
Do you know what the OCI is? It stands for this Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Familiar with Texas Rangers? Texas. We're like Oklahoma's version of the Texas Ranger. Every state has something like that. We're investigators. Primarily what I work are death cases. see.
So we're gonna put out.
All right, well, let me have them set you up then, where I can see what I'm doing.
This is the OBGYN now.
Yes. You get nervous here.
He reminds me of my veterinarian. She doesn't even have a cervix.
Let's lay her flat if we
Okay.
How many children have you had? Two.
Why wouldn't she say 3? Just messed up. She just messed up.
Edge of the bed, edge of the bed.
Oh,
I guess you missed the beginning, B. I went through all this. They removed her uterus, her cervix, one of her ovaries, and a fallopian tube.
sorry.
Yeah, so I.
No, it's still alive. So, you sure it doesn't look like a baby came out of there?
What'd she say? She doesn't say anything.
What kind of surgery did you have?
And then, I had my gallbladder and appendix removed.
Uh-huh.
after what kind of surgery she had. Ew, gross. He just put this. Ugh. What is he doing? Why didn't he get rid of that stuff? Why did he put it in? Oh, I know why he put it in the sink, because it's evidence.
It looked like she had a baby.
It doesn't?
No.
He didn't even use soap to wash his
It
hands.
looked like she had a baby there.
Gross.
It's
Did you get birth? Yeah.
Yeah, she asked a friend to be. She asked several friends to be surrogates.
Like I told you, Taylor, this is my first rodeo. I've been doing this for 27 years. Every death cases. Sometimes, there's some people that do stuff just because they're very evil people. They're big bad people.
Jimmy, wait, you can't. Jimmy, I'm live.
Cold-blooded murderers, serial killers, all of them. I've done it. And here's the thing. You seem like a nice person. I think you may be a little bit confused about some things. And I get that. The problem with cases, death cases especially, people automatically assume the worst. Okay? You know how it is. People read the newspapers and stuff. They just see a certain amount of facts and they automatically assume the worst. Essentially what we have is we have a dead one down in Texas. And you took the baby out of her. Which caused her to die. And my question is Taylor a cold-blooded murderer? Or is it something else? I mean, sometimes people have, they go through depression and, some mental issues and things. Causes good people to make bad choices. Right? And that's kind of where I'm here at today. I knew that doctor didn't find anything. So I already know a lot of things I asked. I already know the answers to before I asked. But one thing I'm trying to figure out is, why did this happen? What was going on? Is it something like, maybe going through some depression, maybe going through some, some emotional things, and just for whatever reason, made some bad choices, right? Or is it because you set some woman up, targeted her, to kill her and steal a baby? Okay? I tell you, most of the people are going to assume the worst. They're going to assume you're an evil person and that you just butchered this lady and left her rot on the side of the road.
Wasn't
so you still a
on the
baby. I don't think that was the case. I mean, you don't seem like that type of person, man.
I didn't kill anybody.
Where did this baby come from? We're past all of that. Taylor, we're past that.
I did not kill anybody. I didn't kill anybody.
So was she alive when you left?
I wasn't with her.
You had a baby.
It's mine.
Can't be. Here's where we're at, Taylor. And I'm just going to be brutally honest. Okay? Right now, the DA down there who I've talked to believes that you're a cold-blooded killer and that you plotted for the last 8 months to murder this woman and steal her baby. And right now, the evidence is there. They can prove it without a shadow of a doubt that that's what happened. They can prove that you murdered that woman and that you're a cold-blooded murderer. How heinous is it? Some woman, everybody's happy, they're having showers, and then somebody comes along and cuts her damn baby out of her gut. That's what we got right now, and that's what you need to understand. That's the point where we're at. We're past all this nonsense about, I wasn't there, I didn't kill nobody. We're past all of that. We know it. We know you did it. There's no doubt whatsoever. And the only thing I'm giving you a chance, because like I said, you seem like You seem kind of confused, like maybe you went through going through some depression or something. Maybe you took some medication or something that you know, like I said, that made a good person make bad choices. I don't know. You know, that's the one that, okay. Because the bottom line is, these cases are actually pretty simple. Murder cases are pretty simple. You got who, what, when, where, and why. Okay? And it's like a big old puzzle. You know, you ever put puzzles together when you were a kid. You got these little pieces of evidence, all these little pieces, and you put them all together and they make a picture of what happened. The only thing that the evidence doesn't show is why something happened. That's the only thing we don't know, is why this happened. Okay? We know what happened, we know who happened, we know all of those, but we just don't know why. And that's the point I'm trying to explain to you is, people in general automatically assume the worst. They always do. In this case, the worst is that Taylor's a cold-blooded murderer who stole a woman's baby from her. Okay? That's what the evidence looks like right now. And that's why I didn't have to come to you. I really didn't. I mean, if I was like some people, just said, hey, she's a cold-blooded killer, just arrest her. Cold-blooded killer, right? But no. After talking to you for a few minutes, and my thing, because like I said, I've done this for a long time. I thought, this girl's kind of, and she might be going through some depression or something, or maybe took some medicine or something, because she seems like a good person. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What was going on to cause this chain of events to happen that's happened? We know it's happened. We're past all of that. We're completely past any of that. That you weren't there, you didn't do nothing, we're past all that. Okay? Not even talk about that anymore. All right? The only thing I'm interested in is, why did this happen? What was going on that caused this to happen? Because here's the thing. Good people make bad choices all the time. Everybody's made bad choices sometime in their life. Doesn't mean they're a bad person. You follow me? Does that make sense? I mean, I've made bad choices before. Everybody has, you know. But I think I'm a good person, you know. But there's usually a reason. Enough. Maybe I didn't have all the information. Maybe, who knows, you know. But the bottom line is I'm not an evil person, but I made a bad choice before. I made several, you know, especially when I was younger, you know. And that's what I'm trying to give you the time and the chance to figure out. To figure out is, why did this happen? I mean, we could go the easy route and just say, hey, Mr. Dad, yes, she just keeps talking in circles. And yeah, there is no why. If there's no why, then that means this is just going to go to murder. You know, I mean, that's the easy route. And right now, that's all I've got. Because you haven't told me a reason why this happened. What was going on? Was it some type of depression? Was it some kind of, you know, maybe you took some medication or something, you got some medications mixed up, or, you know, I don't know, you know. But I like to think that you're not an evil person, that you're not a cold-blooded killer. I really do. I really want to believe that. Because that's my gut feeling, okay? That you're really a good person, okay? But, unfortunately, you made a bad decision, okay? And, which caused me to have to enter your life, right? And so now my job is to try to figure out, man, what was going on? I mean, what was happening there, you know? Because I don't want to be, I'm not the type that just, I'm out to find the truth, right? I want to find as many facts as I can, because that's what being an investigator is find the facts, put the facts together. And I want to find the facts as best I can, you know? Well, unfortunately, why something happened doesn't show up in a DNA test, right? It doesn't show up in your crime scene pictures, right? Because I'm taking the time. I don't have to. I mean, honestly, I just call it up and say, yep, we got it. It's you. Baby's here. And they do DNA, do some swabs on you, on your stuff. It matches up to the girl down there. Baby's DNA matches up to her. And there you go. Done. Case done. She's a cold-blooded murderer. She's an evil person who actually just completely eviscerated and cut out a baby out of a woman and just left her dead. I mean, that's what we got. That's where we're at right now. I'm just telling you, that's where we're at right now. Okay? And like I said, I really want to believe that you're not a bad person, that you just made a bad choice. That happens sometimes. It's okay. It's okay you make a bad choice. Everybody does. But we just have to, you know, what was going on? You know, you're going to have to help me explain it, because I want to believe that you're not an evil person, you're not a bad person. I want to believe that there was something going on up here, maybe, you know, that had,
Yeah, I think so.
there's some, you know, there's some mental things that, you know, where people
You think?
have addiction, you know, there's conditions. Much house, my privacy, much house. There's 10, 15 different ones, but a lot of times it's psychological stuff. You know, people, their brains kind of get off whack a little bit. You know what I mean? And they're thinking it's not quite right. And so, you know, and if that's the case, man, I'd like to help you. You know what I'm saying? Get you some help. Because we got that woman. Her baby was missing. They're gonna do DNA. I'm telling you, they're doing search warrants right now on your vehicle. All of this is on. Okay, where we're at is fine.
Oh, yeah, of course, B Lady, yeah. I think you missed the beginning of my live.
And that's what I'm here. You see what I'm saying? Because, okay, and that's what that's all we know. You know, because like I told you, as far as putting the murder case together, that part's done. Okay.
Yep.
It's easy.
It's done.
Easy. This day and age with the technology they got, DNA, fingerprints, all that, you know, that lab shit they got, you say CSI, right? I mean, the crime, you know, the crime shows on TV, you know, I mean, everybody knows that. And it's not hard, right? You got that one here, you got that baby up here. And you would measure, you know, I mean, that part's easy, okay? And but I'm telling you, the natural thing for people is to some of the worst. The guys down in Texas right now, I can already tell you, I've been talking to them. They're assuming the worst. And I was assuming the worst when I first started, until I met you. That's what I was doing when I was talking to you. I was trying to figure you out, see what kind of person you were, and see if, you know, if it was worth my time to sit here and talk to you. You know, because I can tell you, if I came in, like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. I've met some of the most evil people that you could ever meet. You ain't one of them. Had you been one of them, I would have got your name, I'd have walked out, and you wouldn't be having this conversation. Right? But I've got to have something to tell those guys in Texas about why this thing happened. Because right now, they're some of the worst. Okay? They really convinced, you know, based on what they're seeing, based on the evidence so far, they're some of the worst, and they're painting you in a very, very terrible way. And if I had something where I could call them up and say, hey guys, here's what really happened. Here's why it happened. Okay, she's really not that bad of a person. She's not an evil person like that. Here's what happened. Okay? All right, well, that makes sense. Right? I mean, you know how it is. You hear a little bit of information, you kind of make assumptions, but when you hear the whole story, okay, now suddenly it makes sense, right? You know? So, if it's a deal where you're going through, like I said, some type of depression, you know, maybe you have some kind of, you know, psychological thing going on where, you know, you're maybe a little bit confused or something. You know, I don't know. You know, I'm just saying. But there had to be something, because It's one of two things. It's real easy. It's one of two things. Either you're cold-blooded killer with no remorse.
Now, all this time that
Don't care. Or
all this time that she's there and she's not saying anything, she is fabricating a story in her head of what she's going to tell him. Everything he's saying is going in one ear and out the other because she's just getting her story together. That's all she's doing right now.
sweet person, bad choice. Wrong place at the wrong time. Why did that happen? And a lot of women, they go through, hysterectomy and stuff, and they take my wife had hysterectomy, They took out the female stuff, and, the hormones get whacked away. You know what I'm saying? The wife's hormones get out of whack. And the body can't make them anymore. So if it was something like that, explanation, that explains things. It makes people not, say and do things that aren't characteristic of them. So what happened? What happened, David? Why did this happen? Did you mean to hurt the woman? You didn't mean to hurt her? Are you sad she's dead? Was it the deal you just wanted a baby so bad that it just kind of overpowered your brain and everything?
It's been hurting.
Your head's been hurting.
I had a stroke in 2015.
Okay. See, that's what I'm talking about, There gives me something to explain to them. Help them understand what they're seeing and why they're seeing what they're seeing. You see what I'm saying? So what happened, Dave? What happened? How did this all come about? When did you first see the woman? This today?
She checked on me.
Is she a friend of yours? So she come to your house?
She told me to come over.
Oh, so you went to her house? Okay. What happened then?
Don't really remember.
Yeah, come on now. Lead it. What happened? Go over to her house.
I remember pulling up.
She remembers pulling up.
Did you go inside?
Yeah.
Did you talk very long? Did she say something to you that made you mad or something? Or what happened?
She grabbed a hold of me and told me that I was a liar.
Okay. So she grabbed hold of you and did you try to fight back?
Fought back.
You both fought back? Yeah. And then what happened?
We both hit each other. And she hit it on the table.
She hit it on the table. Okay. That's okay. And that stuff happens sometimes, Stuff happens. It's all right. So what happened then? It happens sometimes. It does. Well, people have strokes and things. Yeah, you can. You sure can. So did you put her in the car? Did you put her in your vehicle at that point?
No.
Okay. How did she get out on the road out there? They said they found her on the side of the road.
No, I didn't move her.
You didn't move her? Okay. So she was still in her house? Okay. So do you think she had died when she hit her head? Is it a deal where maybe she, when she hit her head, did you think she died and you were just trying to save the baby? I understand that. That's okay. Well, and that shows what a good person you are. And that shows what a good person you are. Do what? I understand. I mean, that's obvious. You called the ambulance, you know? So she hit her head, and so you tried to save the baby. So did you I guess you got the baby out of it. Did you do like a C-section on it? You don't remember? So how did you go from her laying there with her head hit to you having the baby in your hand?
Just remember trying to save the baby.
Do you remember if you, do you remember if you used a knife that was from her house, or did you have one already? Do you remember? The baby had come out of her, right? So how did that happen? Don't remember sure. Did you take anything with her with you? I mean, some people carry knives, especially up here, but did you have a knife or a razor blade or anything like that?
There's a knife in my purse right there.
You didn't use that one?
No, that's not in mine.
Oh, okay, all right. So, was there a house at that time? Just you and her? So you went by yourself, and as far as you knew, she was there by herself? So you never saw anybody else there? Okay, so she hits her head, and then you decide to try to save the baby. Am I understanding you right?
She was trying to save the baby. What was that about? She just thought the baby
I
was.
noticed your knuckles are red. Is that from?
She hit her head on the table.
The knuckle right there? Yeah. Did you ever hit her with anything other than your fist or anything? You remember? Were you inside her house or outside her house?
We started outside, then we were outside.
Fighting? Arguing? Okay. And what, were you inside the house or outside the house when you actually, when it turned physical? She hit you or you hit her?
She hit me outside.
She hit you outside? Okay. Did she run back into the house or something? Did you go in after her or what happened then? She hit you outside and what happened?
I hit her. She grabbed hold of my hair and shoved me in the garage.
She said she grabbed a hold of her hair and shoved her into the garage.
She hit me really good on my side. I had my stroke.
She hit her really good on the side of the head. There she had her stroke.
I remember right, she was all
My stars are blue or
stars and yellow and blue. Somebody might have been there.
I believe it. Why did she say something like that?
Because I remember her hollering, Jennifer.
Who's Jennifer?
I don't know, that was just the name she was hollering.
She was hollering Jennifer.
The lady you went over to see.
Jennifer. She said Wade didn't have anything to do with this.
So she not close to you? Do y'all live close together? Is it a pretty good drive to your house from your house? Is it? Okay. Now,
I've been sleeping.
She hasn't been sleeping.
I've been up since like 2 a.m.
Been up since 2 a.m.
I didn't sleep good the night before.
Didn't sleep good the night before.
I didn't lay down till like 12:15. And then got up at 2:40. And I've been up since then.
You remember about what time of day it was you went over there? Was this morning early? This morning or last night? This morning. So y'all fighting, get up in the garage, you heard yelling from somebody named Jennifer. But you never saw anybody named Jennifer. You didn't know anybody named Jennifer, or did you associate with her? Okay. And so at some point she hits her head, falls down and hits her head.
She pushed me in the garage. I pushed her back. She fell pretty hard.
Oh, pretty hard.
When she got up, she grabbed me like this. Shoved me back through the door. The door was open. The door was open. We were right there in the living room.
Okay. So you opened the garage into the living room.
The room from the carport.
Yes,
Garage.
Linda Uribe, hi, good to see you. Yes, it is. Hi, Jen Grill. Hey there. You guys are late. Yeah, that is. She's telling a made-up story about what happened.
You still fighting? Did she go falls again? Okay. Was that the last time she fell?
Yeah, we went around a lot.
He's coming. Listen. So you go into the living room, you find your class some more. Did you eat all of that?
Yes, Linda, nuts.
It's okay. That's fine. Hey, listen, hey. If I believe that, I wouldn't be sitting down talking to you. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it, right? Why did this happen, right? So, why did she call you a liar? What was that about?
Baby.
Her baby? What about it? Why would she call you a liar about the baby?
So there's stuff that remember. I'm trying to remember.
That's fine. That's fine. So there's some discussion at the beginning in the yard about the baby, and she calls you a liar. Is that accurate? Because you don't remember what it was.
She said something, but I just can't remember what it was.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to get it right in my head. Okay. And then she punches you, you punch you back, and I was up in the, this is a carport or a garage? You use both words. It's like more like a carport or is it a garage?
Concrete, you know, and then it goes in.
Okay. Alright. So y'all went up in the garage, and she falls. She pushes you, you push her back, she falls pretty hard. And then I think you told me that
She grabbed a knife,
okay,
because I remember she stabbed me in my hand.
whereabouts? The one right there?
Yeah, she stabbed me there, she stabbed me right there.
Flip it around so I can see. Oh, right there? Okay.
And then there was something else.
Okay.
Right there, she got me tipping right there.
Okay.
I just remember getting tired.
But she had a knife though. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't, I don't know why she grabbed it.
Okay. So what's
It's like,
yeah.
Hi.
So let's say, and you said it went on for a while, the fight.
no, a long while.
A long while. Okay.
It felt like
Did she still have a knife?
she did because she fell.
Okay. What happened when she fell?
It was bloody.
Okay. So did you take the knife away from her, or did you ever have a knife?
I did at one point
Did you? Okay.
because she I don't know why.
That's okay. I don't want you to lie. So y'all are fighting. She's got a knife, and at some point you get the knife. Okay. Where you headed was
She grabbed something heavy from her and hit me with it, but I don't know what it was.
That's fine. So she got something heavy, and she was that when you got the knife from her? Did you have the knife
Yeah.
from her? Okay, so you get the knife from her, and then she hits you with something, right? So you got
Yeah, because I don't know why I would ever hurt her. But it's not. Because I've never hurt anybody. I don't have a record.
I can believe that. So y'all fighting around, you end up with a knife, and she hits you, she picks up, apparently picks up something, hits you with something heavy. You're not sure what it was. And then, maybe she fell, and there was blood. Did you stick her with the knife? Or was
She fell with the knife because I shoved her.
Okay, so she hit the knife back from you?
We both had it in our hands a few times.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get it out of my head, you know what I mean? So,
Because she stuck me first.
okay.
And I don't remember why she kept calling me.
What was she calling you? You like still calling you a liar, or just still calling you something else?
She told me that I was gonna rot. And that she'd kill me
Okay.
if I touched her again.
Okay. Was this before y'all started fighting or after?
This was during
The
it.
fight? Okay.
Because she went in the kitchen and grabbed the drawer, and there was stuff in it because I remember it rattling.
Mm-hmm. So, at what point did she fall with a knife? And there was blood. Was that in the kitchen, or was it somewhere else?
She fell in the living room.
In the living room. Okay. Did she fall like on her back fall, or like on her side fall, or on her face down?
She fell forward.
Forward. Okay. Where did the blood come from? Do you know? From the neck.
She was bleeding on her head from smacking that concrete.
Oh, earlier, out in the garage or carport or whatever.
But I just remember seeing her fall. I don't remember seeing her just smack her face.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. So you're in the living room, y'all been fighting. She went in.
Yeah, because we moved the furniture and shit around.
Okay. So she falls, and she's got the knife. Did she fall on the knife? Is that what you believe, or is that what you know, or you don't know?
She had to because I didn't.
You didn't say.
I didn't stab her.
Okay, that's fine. So afterwards, did it look like she didn't, like the knife?
She grabs something and started smacking herself with it and told me that they would believe I did it.
Oh, okay, so she started hitting herself with something. Okay. What, was that before or after she fell and started bleeding out of her neck?
That was after.
After she was bleeding out of her neck?
Yes.
Okay. So she picks up something and starts hitting herself with it, saying it'll kind of set you up, I guess.
She only said it like twice. She didn't just keep saying it.
Okay. Was she on the ground when she was doing that, or was she standing up?
She was standing up in the living room.
Okay. So what happened then? Did y'all fight some more? Or did she fall down? Or something else?
So we had to continue to fight.
Okay. So she's bleeding from her head, from her neck somewhere, possibly from her knife, falling on the knife. So she's pretty bloody then.
Oh, really high?
Was there a lot of blood? Okay. Did you get a lot of blood on you? From her? Like on your clothes or something?
I think so.
Now, at what point, at some point, she goes to the ground. All right. When was that? After y'all been fighting for a lot longer?
My vision was getting bad.
Your what?
My vision.
Oh, okay.
I did have problems with all that.
Okay. Did, so when she falls down, where's she at? Back in the living room? Okay. Did she just fall, or were y'all fighting and you pushed her, or what happened? To make her fall down? Push her down, okay. All right. And is that the last time she fell?
Because I was falling too.
Oh, okay. So the very last time she falls, okay.
She was falling too. Stop high. I'm not falling asleep. I'm not.
Or what? Eventually she finally falls, right? Okay. Do you think she might be dead or dying or something?
That woke me up.
Did she, at that point, I mean, she's obviously pregnant, you're worried about the baby, because of her, if she's dying, you know, that makes your baby die, right? So, is that the point where you decided to try to save the baby? Okay, so what happened?
They already did that, Jen. You guys are late to the game.
that she had. So imagine it was laying there handy, she would get another knife.
They knew from the get-go.
She said take her.
Well, she wanted you to take her.
She said it a lot. Because she would push. She would push her.
She wouldn't come out, but she was wanting you to take her. Okay. So she asked you to take her. That's okay. Listen, it's all right.
That's all right, yeah.
I mean, you're taking
Trying to do the right thing. She was trying to do the right thing, guys.
So what happened? Did you use the knife that was there, or did you have to go get one?
Took her out, but I don't know what I had.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Do you remember cutting her open to get the baby out? Did you have much trouble getting it up, cutting her open? You didn't? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. So
Right,
so
Linda.
She's wanting you to save the baby. You think she might have thought she was going to save the baby? So what was your thinking?
She said she was dying.
She said she was dying. Okay, that's okay. So you take the baby, but you don't remember what with, right? I don't put words in now.
No, I don't remember.
That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. So you take the baby out of her stomach. Is that right?
It fell out like she was pushing,
Mm-hmm.
and it come out.
Come out of her vagina? Or out of her stomach? Okay. All right.
She was still in the sack.
Oh, okay. All right. So it comes out of her stomach and still in the sack. Did you have to pull the sack apart to get the baby out?
Yeah, and pull it over into the turned her over and started smacking her back.
Mm-hmm.
And she
So then, so you get the baby out, you're saving the baby, all right, and then you leave, right? Did you call for an ambulance? Or was you going to the hospital to try to get some help for the baby? Okay. Now, just to understand, what town do you live? You live, Sims? Okay, how far was that in location to Boston? Boston. Okay. And she lived in Boston. I mean, lived in Sims also. She lived in another town.
Yes, I went through everything. She pretended she was pregnant. She had a hysterectomy. There's no way she could be pregnant. She didn't even have a cervix. Didn't have. She only had one ovary. Had a hysterectomy, like I said. And then she got together with another guy, and she wanted to keep him in the relationship. So she told him she was pregnant. She got one of those prosthetic moon bellies, and then she needed a baby, and happened to be that her friend was pregnant, and that was her misfortune, because she came and tried to harvest the baby, and the baby died. And the woman died, of course.
Do you remember where you were going when you were driving?
going to the church.
Okay, going to the church. In DeKalb? Oh, which town? Oh, New Boston. Okay. All right. You got the baby. Right? Is that right? Okay. So you headed to the church, and then what happens? At the church?
She never asked about the baby.
Oh, okay. So you sat at church for a while before you went over to her house? Okay. Now, did you drive your car to decaf? Whose vehicle did you drive to decaf? Oh, Wade's, yeah, okay. Is that what you were driving that day? Drove over to her house? Is Wade's car? So you get to decaf, and then EMS comes. Did you call for an ambulance or something? Yeah. Okay. And the ambulance comes to get you in decaf. So did, why did you tell the ambulance people that you had a baby? Makes sense. So you ride the ambulance station up, you and the baby, you and the baby ride the ambulance? Did you ride an ambulance? You did. Did the baby ride an ambulance? How did the baby get here? Oh, you went separate ambulances? Okay. And then I guess you came here to Liverpool Hospital then, so they brought you. You don't remember the woman's name though? What she look like? Black-handed, handsome, flash, real pretty. How old do you think she is? How old are you? Tall, short, skinny, fat. She look like blonde hair, red hair. Married? She married her second boyfriend. So you don't really know her that well, then, do you? How do you know her? Oh, you did something for her? What'd you do? Like work for her? Okay, what'd you do for her? Oh, photography? Oh, okay. Do you take pictures, photography? Oh, okay, so did you take pictures of her?
Her wedding pictures.
Okay, when was that? Back the first of the year? Oh, back about a year ago? Okay.
Ouch.
Wade said that you've been telling him you were pregnant for a while, for the last 8 months. Why did you tell him Wade you were pregnant? You just wishing thinking and you really just want to be pregnant that bad? What was the deal there? You feel movement? Made you think you were pregnant? And then you had hysterectomy at one point, didn't you? Partial hysterectomy. Okay, they just removed the uterus and leave the ovaries. Is that what it was?
Took a large portion of to death.
How long ago was that?
8, 7, 8, 6, 5 years ago. 4.
Years ago? After that issue, 6-year-olds. What did you say? I didn't understand you, I'm sorry. What happened to you? Or what's going to happen to you? What do you mean?
Something's wrong with me.
Need to figure that out, don't we? I've been feeling the baby.
High speed.
Been feeling the baby. You were pregnant for the last 8 months. Right. And you knew this woman from taking pictures last year, or a year ago. Did you come up with a plan to face that? Prior to today, when was the last time you'd seen this one?
Now, you wouldn't believe this, right? Okay. But this is happening during the height of COVID. And I don't know if you heard that doctor said something like, I have to go change because I've been around people that have been coughing on me. And earlier there was somebody hacking so bad there. And all I'm thinking to myself right now, okay? And this is years after. All I'm thinking is that and he's not thinking it. I know that he's not thinking it because I can tell he's not at all bothered. I'm thinking that investigator right there heard that. He's freaking out, thinking like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Do those people over there have it? Well, the doctor's going to change that? Wait, what's going on? But he's not thinking that. I'm thinking, she's thinking that, and I literally have secondhand anxiety about this as if it was happening right now. Okay? All right, just so you understand what I deal with, okay? Just letting you know, in case you wondered.
You guys hang out pretty often.
You just kind of see her around sometimes, or do you go to her house much? Or had you ever been to her house before? How many times do you think you've been to her house? Just a few. So did she call you over there to come over today, or did you just show up over there? To talk to her? Before you went over? Or did you just go over there and talk to her? Wait, why did you go over there today? This morning, when you first went over, why did you go over there? You said you sat in church for a while before you went. Why was that? For a while before you went to her house.
Yeah, I know, Linda. Yeah, a lot of you. I was just telling somebody that the other day. Something. I don't remember who it was.
So did you go straight from the church to her house?
Yeah,
church about you know what it's called. What's it look like? It's like a 2-story big steeple. That was small little country church type thing, you know what I mean? Big church. And she parked in the front, the back, the side. Just in the parking lot.
Have you gone to church there before? Do you know the church?
He said it for a while, and then he went over to her house. Do you remember now what she would have called you a liar about? Doctors check on, appreciate you talking to me, helping through some of this stuff. We'll send out, let the doctors. You got any questions? Not that I know of.
We've been in here, we'll check on the.
I'll check CDC. Yeah. Here's your phone. Now, this is this. It's 187, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on to your phone too. Is that okay? All right. Oh, hey, what's your name, Chris? I see you in class.
What pattern are you looking for? You might have it, bee lady. You might have the pattern.
So it's saying first part again. All right, 23. 23 County Road. 4217. Same spaces. Hey, would you mind if we look through your phone just to see if there's anything here that they need? Is that okay? Is that a passcode or anything? 1990. Okay. All right. I'll let the doctors. Let the doctors.
We'll be back.
I'm staying here with you. You want to talk about it? I don't think you are. How old were you when you had your hysterectomy? It was after your 6-year-old was born? Or did it happen whenever you had your 6-year-old? So you had another pregnancy after your 6-year-old? Okay. I've never heard any beat. I don't know what made me do that. How long ago did you have a stroke?
I had a stroke in 2017, I was completely paralyzed on my right side. To be 8 months straight, I've never walked.
Okay. Do they know what happened? What brought it on?
I had blood clots
Where at?
in my lungs.
Oh, really? Hope it comes back.
Is Wade your husband?
Because she cut a baby out of.
Fiance? How long have y'all been together?
Tried to pass it off as her own.
He said, "Hey, babe." I don't know why. I don't know why I blanked out.
Do you know what y'all were fighting over?
She called me a liar and she's never been ugly to me. She's always been caring.
Did you plan to go over there today, or? Okay. It's all right.
Who's that, Bluey? Hi, Bluey.
Here in a minute. I would think
Welcome,
so,
Bluey.
But they're probably talking to him too. If he's here, I don't know if he's here. Okay.
Should have killed me.
Oh, okay, Bluey. You're not new. Hi. You've been here a long time. Very long time.
I've been hurt so really bad.
How many times did you get hit in the head?
Quite a few times. Remember anybody else, but I can't remember. Can you see anything?
I can see a little bit. I don't see anybody.
Yeah, she's never asked about the baby.
Who? Police in Texas? Quite possibly. I think they're on their way. They want to talk to you as well.
Close.
Did you not have any on when you got in the ambulance? I don't remember. I think you had some. Are those yours right there? In the bag? Did you have a light colored shirt or anything? Okay. Who? I'm not gonna hurt you. We didn't hurt you. Okay? I know. Are your kids did you drop your kids off at school this morning? Mm-hmm.
Can you get a message to them for me?
To your kids? Whenever you talk to Wade, he can give it to them.
I didn't know we would let him come in and talk to them.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Because they took her to the hospital high because they found her driving erratically on the road, and when they pulled her over, she was also on a 911 call, but she had a baby that was limp with an umbilical cord coming out of her pants, and she said she had the baby, and they got an ambulance and took her to the hospital, but then they saw it wasn't her baby.
Huh?
Yes, be Liddy.
I didn't hear the message back yet. Hang in there. Okay.
Connie Griffin? Get her gone? I don't know who that is. Connie Griffin. It's Wade's mom? Oh. Get her gone? I don't remember that. I must have missed that. It's making me tired in that bed. So I'm thinking she's tired because she hasn't had any sleep. I can never sleep in the hospital. What's that? Somebody's, yikes. Yeah, right. High in the horror movies, they always get back up again, right? Usually when the person turns their back, they're like, phew. And then you're like, watch out, he's behind you again. He's got a knife. Yeah. Angelina, so glad you shared the olive store yesterday. I just ordered $60 worth of different oils. Did you really? Oh my gosh. You'll have to let me know which ones you got and how you like them. And you should write on there on the Facebook page that you found out at Mommy Ramblings. Give me a little kudos, right? Too bad I don't have an affiliate link. I should ask them. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that, Angelina. I want to know all about what kinds you got, and I want to know how you like them. What did you get? You got all different oils? Did you get any of the balsamic vinegars, or... Oh, I want to hear all about it, but I'm going to play you a song for your super chat there. I appreciate that. Let me do that for you. Let me do that for you. That's exciting. Girl. Okay, thank you.
Oh, super chat, look at you. Sending love, we see it too. Thank you, round the shining bright. Mommy ramblings up tonight. Lights are glowing, hearts are true. Every word we feel.
Look at that, it works there. There you go. Now we'll have to incorporate that into the super. To those hearts are for you. Thank you, Angelina. I really do want to hear all about the what you got. I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay, ready? What do you got? Smash the like button. Yeah. Smasher. Smasher.
The nurses are out there. I might have gone down and talked with them at the police department. I don't know. I don't know. They might have taken him somewhere to talk. I don't know. They probably have to ask him questions too. Okay. I understand, but they have to ask questions. That's just part of it, you know. There's still a lot of information that we don't understand. You know. Yeah. Have they given you anything at all? Okay.
Something's really hurting her? Take her to jail.
I'll get a nurse in there with you, right?
Let's watch that again. Wait a sec.
Anything at all? Okay. All right. Information that we don't understand. You know.
Something for her hand. Really hurting
Have
her?
they given you anything at all? Okay. All right. Hey.
Take her to jail.
Okay, you need to take that out of you.
I'll get a nurse in there with you, right?
Take her to jail.
Alright, so here's the deal. I'm gonna take you with me, okay? But we gotta take everything, like, with us too, and I have to put you in my car and stuff like that.
You shouldn't put the shoes with that. That's dumb.
Do what? gonna hurt you. Nobody plans on hurting you, okay? That's not how we work here, okay? You're gonna be no risk, okay? You know that. But you gotta understand, we're not here to hurt you, okay?
What did she say?
That's fine. I'll cover you up. We're gonna, okay? I'm not gonna hurt you. Do what? I'm not gonna hurt you, nobody.
She doesn't want anybody to hurt her. What did she do to that woman?
That's not how we work here, okay?
She killed her.
You're gonna be no risk, okay? You know that. But you gotta understand, we're not here to hurt you, okay? That's fine. I'll cover you up. We're gonna leave you with that because we can't put those other clothes on you because those are what you wore earlier, okay? We have scrubs that you can wear.
Sorry.
That tape hurts.
Yes, it does. Trying to do it quick because it hurts, but it's still.
I tell you exactly what she did in the beginning of the video from the legal documents. She stabbed her multiple times and did much worse. Oh, I'm sure she's very nervous, yeah.
Do you need some gloves? Do you need some gloves? Do you need some?
Straggles are in there. Do you want me to go ahead and lower this? Or be-
The tissue's there. I'm gonna take your glasses. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You okay? All right. Okay. Let me lock them so they don't. You're fine. I just want to lock them so they won't tighten on you. This way.
She has no shoes. She has bare feet. She has bare feet. That is beyond gross, okay? That is so gross. I'm having secondhand grossness from that. I feel like I need to go shower.
There you go.
Can you grab this sticky deal that's scratching me?
What?
There's a sticky deal.
What's that?
Sticky what?
On your inner leg? Yeah.
Go ahead and get in.
Watch your toes.
She could have her phone or purse.
Okay.
All right. She's to be separated from her boyfriend who's down there.
Is he being booked in right now?
Huh?
If he's being booked in right now?
She's the only one who's going to be booked in.
Okay.
You know the baby's dead.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right, thank you.
I'm still rolling. I'm gonna roll until I get her in.
Huh?
I'm still rolling.
Okay.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Do what? I think so, or the sheriff's office one. I don't know which place they took him. No. 117 PD. I'm gonna be 1015, one female, from the ER to the PD, starting mileage 175620.
She didn't put her seatbelt on.
You're welcome. Let's see if I can get some air back there for you.
No, she can't see her boyfriend. They want to keep them separated. They never want people to commingle their stories, or if a suspect, they don't want anybody together. They want to keep them separate and get the stories first. It's not the boyfriend, he's the husband. But he called him the boyfriend. I bet she's doing that. I bet she's doing that to scare the lady because she know. You see? She's a manipulator, that girl. You know what? She can't cover her mouth because her hands are in handcuffs. And I think she's doing that coughing to scare her because it's the height of COVID. She doesn't have her seatbelt on. She's breaking the law. And she knows she's rolling and doesn't have her seatbelt on. Maybe she thinks the lady will uncuff her and she'll make a run for it. I don't know. Oh, sure. Hi. Yeah, he's heartbroken. There are different dads. I say it in the beginning. One is with Casey, that's the second one, and the other one was a boyfriend.
Any mileage out back, 175-621.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Go that way.
You're okay.
I know those rocks are.
They do.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe she has no shoes on.
Sit right there in the pin, okay?
So that was that. Heartmate wise, she was not married to Wade Griffin, but was trying hard to hold on to him. Okay. Yeah, okay, that was the boyfriend. I'm thinking Parker. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. She was trying hard to hold on to him. She was married to a Casey. She was married to Parker. She wasn't married to the first baby daddy. And, well, she wasn't married to the third faker baby daddy. Hello there, Scooter. Nice of you to bother yourself. So guess what, Scooter? Angelina, I showed that all of the above, the olive oil and balsamic place the other night. And Angelina just bought $60 worth of oil. Isn't that great? Wasn't even affiliate code or anything. You should. Do you have Facebook, Angelina? You should give me a little shout out. See that nice lady, Mommy Ramblings, who went in there with her friend who was gasping at the oils and vinegars, but then said they tasted good. That lady sent me over. She showed it to me on YouTube, and I ordered a whole bunch of stuff. That would be good. Okay, so. Oh, thanks. That would be great if you did that. It really would. Yeah, tell her we went to the one in Beaufort. It was Beaufort. And it was, Scooter, you remember the day we went there? It was the Sunday before the boat ride, right? The boat ride was the 19th or the 20th? Yeah, it was May, probably 17th or 18th of May. Nice. What do you, nice? Not a bother. What? Oh, what does that say? Nice to bother myself? All right. Anyway, I need to make this bigger because you guys are writing stuff and I don't know what you're doing. And hold on a minute. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Because my eyes are playing all kinds of tricks on me. Last night, somebody put in the chat, nanny. No. Somebody put in the chat. Is this what nanny is Carolyn talking about? And I thought they said, what Nancy is Carolyn talking about? And I was like, come on, guys. What Nancy were we talking about? Nancy Guthrie. And then B Lady said, can Carolyn see the chat? And Jen said, yeah, Carolyn can see the chat just fine. It's just something. But she was saying I couldn't see the chat because I said nanny was Nancy. I couldn't see the chat. Now I saw somebody saying hi to Kubi, and I'm like, I don't see that either. But hello, Kubi. Where are my glasses, Carolyn? It doesn't always make a difference for me, Scooter. I just made the chat bigger, and now I can see just fine. Yeah, I can see just the same. I can see just the same with, actually, they're better without, now that I made the chat font bigger. So that was the ride in for her. I think it's, Jimmy would say to me, do you need to go take a shower because she had bare feet? I do. We're a hoot? Yeah, well, I did that once during a presentation when I was doing a webinar. Oh my gosh, my partner laughed her butt off because, and I wish I could remember exactly what I did, but I mistook the word. It was either chicken for children or children for chicken. And I read the person's comment, and I guess it was kind of hysterical because of whatever I switched it for. And when we got off, my partner called me and she was dying. And she said, Carolyn, whatever the lady's name was, like, Janet said chicken, or said you read it children. I wish I could remember because we both died. We were hysterical. We couldn't breathe for like 5 minutes after that because it was something about, I either said your children are allergic to something or you're allergic to, I don't know. It was nothing what I thought it was. So yeah, but I was the only one that had a mic in there, so she was dying. She was absolutely going crazy. What happened? Kinky. Kinky. Who's saying kinky? Why is Scooter saying kinky? I missed that one. Okay, but anyway, so now that you see that, does anybody feel, let me ask you something because this is important. Does anybody feel sorry for her? Do you think that last part at the hospital where she was saying she didn't know why she did this and please don't hurt me and all of that, does anybody believe that? Does anybody feel that she had a moment of craziness? Does anybody feel that that's genuine? Scooter says no way. You don't believe it? Scooter, you usually believe a lot. You do. You usually say, oh, I think maybe they're a little bit sorry about that. They might have had a momentary lapse of judgment. You're okay. No. Angelina says no. Carolyn, it's a nickname I gave to Scooter. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's okay. I don't need to know. I don't know how crazy she is. So do you feel a little bit sorry for her, B-Lady? Do you feel a little bit sorry for her? Like, is that swaying you? Was that Wade asking for a child? Not at all. Not at all. It was like that into the relationship that she said she was pregnant. Heart Made Wise says no. Now, Heart Made Wise, you normally go against the grain all the time, right? But you say you're not feeling sorry for her. She's always been a liar, Carolyn, according to her friends. No, I know. I'm just asking you guys, that's all. I'm just asking you guys. I'm well aware of who she is. Only if Wade was pressing her to have a child. So if Wade was pressing her to have a child, right, then you would feel sorry that she went to her friend with her 3-year-old there. And I want to just, because B-Lady, you missed it in the beginning. I just want to let you know what she did to her friend, okay? Instead of traveling to Idabel, Taylor went to the home of Reagan Hancock, who she knew was pregnant, and she arrived at 7:30 a.m. What followed was characterized by the prosecution as a slaughtered woman in her home and a missing baby, a fetal abduction. The crime scene technician, Mark Sullivan, testified that Reagan was attacked in several places around the house with multiple strikes in each location, and she continued standing and walking while bleeding because she was fighting for her life. The assault continued while Reagan was on the floor. The medical examiner, Dr. Melinda Flores, testified that Reagan had 113 sharp force injuries, 15 stab wounds, and 98 incised wounds. 2 wounds perforated Reagan's jugular vein. Several went all the way to the bone. Reagan also suffered 39 blunt force injuries, primarily to her face and head, as well as a broken nose and 5 skull fractures. Dr. Flores testified that the injuries to Reagan's head indicated that she may have been hit in the head by a hammer. Dr. Flores also testified that there was evidence of possible strangulation. Reagan lost so much blood in the attack that some of her wounds did not even bleed due to low blood pressure. After murdering Reagan, Taylor performed a crude C-section to remove Reagan's unborn child, Braxlin. Taylor cut a large incised wound going across Reagan's lower abdomen with her uterus coming through it. The uterus was also opened. Taylor also removed the placenta and the umbilical cord. Cell tower data showed that Taylor left Reagan's house somewhere between 9:09 and 9:14 a.m. and at 9:36 a.m., Taylor was stopped by Trooper Lee Shavers, who observed her driving erratically, speeding, and almost hitting another vehicle. After contacting Taylor, Trooper Shavers observed an umbilical cord an umbilical cord going down Taylor's pants, inside her pants, and a baby. She had the baby on her lap that was not breathing and appeared very limp, kind of white in color. 2 ambulances transported Taylor and Braxlin to McCurtain Memorial Hospital. Taylor was arrested at the hospital like we just saw, right? And Braxlin was later pronounced dead. Taylor was charged with capital murder. The state's theory at trial was that Taylor intentionally caused the death of Reagan and was then and there in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of kidnapping of Braxlin. The jury found Taylor guilty of capital murder as alleged in the indictment and answered the punishment phase special issues in favor of the death penalty. She's on death row now. In her first point of error, because this is from her appeal that I'm giving you the facts, right? Taylor argues that the evidence is insufficient to support that the aggravating factor, kidnapping or attempted kidnapping, occurred. Taylor does not contest that the evidence is sufficient to show that she committed the murder of Reagan. She's only contends that the state failed to prove that Braxlin was born and is alive. For purposes of kidnapping or attempted kidnapping, Taylor asked the court reform the judgment of conviction from capital murder to first-degree murder, and we overrule that first point of error. Let's see. So that's what she did to Reagan. And then Reagan's 3-year-old child was there. And when her mother went there, it was a horrific phone call. She found her. It's horrible to hear. And then it was the father or the stepfather, I believe it is, that went in and got the 3-year-old child who was in the bedroom with the blanket like over her face, and she just jumped into his arms when he was there. Imagine what that child is dealing with. Let me see what else he says in here. Okay, I want to read you some of the testimony, okay? This is the relevant facts. A flight paramedic named Elton Crossland for LifeNet Air was working with his partner Allison Moses on the morning of October 9th of 2020. When they were dispatched to Trooper Shaver's location at 9:37 a.m. and they arrived on scene at 9:49 a.m. Crossland testified as follows. Okay, here's the question. Okay, you arrived on scene. Tell the jury kind of what's going on there. And Elton answers, he says, we arrived on scene, exited our vehicle. We walked back to where Trooper Shavers and bystanders were. And when we got up to the door, there was a woman sitting in the front seat holding a newborn. We could see the baby was gray and ash in color. Umbilical cord was still attached. And then they asked him, have you, in your experience as a paramedic, come across women who have given birth outside of a hospital, whether it be in the car or at home or something of that nature? I used to have a coworker, I just have to say, it just gets me. She would latch on to phrases and of that nature was something that even Jimmy, he didn't even work in the office with me, but the times that and things of that nature. And do you want this, that, and that, and things of that nature? And then the other one she latched onto was subsequently. I swear, I think like she read like word power or something like that. But it was so bad because even Jimmy he would just at dinner go like this and things of that nature, and we would crack up, or he'd say, subsequently, okay, sorry, I digress. I'm sorry. So then he says, yes, he's seen women give birth, right, and things of that nature outside of a hospital. So then they ask him, so when you walked up to the car and you saw the baby with the umbilical cord still attached, what's running through your mind at that time? And he says, getting the cord clamped and getting the baby into the ambulance so that we can start full-blown CPR. The difference between doing compressions and breathing, it only gets you so far. Being an ALS provider or paramedic, there's different drugs I can push to try to improve the outcome. And then they ask him, you mentioned the appearance of the baby was ashen. What else did you know about or did you notice about the baby? And he says that the amniotic fluid that was still on the baby was dried and flaky, signaling to us that the baby wasn't just born. It had been at least several minutes. And they ask him, in a baby that has just been born, what were you expecting to see? He says, ideally when we show up, we would see a baby that was kind of pinkish in color and crying. And they said, and the woman holding the baby, was she still sitting in the car? Yes, he says. And then they said, when you got there, okay, and she was identified to you later as Taylor Parker? Yes, he says. And then they say, what was she doing when you got to the scene and when you walked up to the car and saw the baby? And he says, when I walked up to the car, she seemed pretty calm. And she was, to us, she was very adamant that if we took the baby, it had to go to Idabel. She seemed fairly calm. And then they asked him, and when you asked her about how she had the baby or more circumstances, what did she tell you? And he says that she was driving down the road and she felt her water break. And then the baby just came out. And then they asked him, and when you heard her say that, what was your impression? That the baby was born in that car that she was driving and sitting in? No, he said. And why not? They said. He said, the birth of a baby is not a very neat or clean process. There was no blood or amniotic fluid in the car or in the seat where she was sitting. To us, it was obvious the baby was not born in that car. That Braxlin had not been born in Taylor's car was later confirmed. So that's just a little add-on there. Then they asked him, when you cut the umbilical cord, what did you notice? He says that normally you cut it. You can get a small amount of blood in it, even when it's clamped. But when we cut it, the blood seemed like it was separated already. Kind of the serum from the plasma, and almost looks like it had blood clots in it. What did you think about that? Why was that unusual? They asked him. It told us again. It reasserted to us that it had been several minutes since the baby was born. It was not recent. So when you first arrived on scene, you were under the impression that the baby had maybe been born just minutes before your arrival, and based on what you're seeing and your assessment, was that matching up? No. And then they asked him, once you were in the back of the ambulance with the baby, what did you all do? He said, we got an IV started in the left lower leg. We started giving IV fluids and giving doses of epinephrine. We were continuing CPR, and we then intubated the patient so we could breathe for her. At that point, did the baby have a pulse? No. She did not, he said. Okay. Was the baby breathing? No. She was not. Okay. When you first got there and you saw the baby, did you notice any signs of life? No. Once you got her in the ambulance and you were able to administer the medication, what type of medication were you giving her? He says epinephrine. And what's that going to do, they ask. He says it's epinephrine. It's also known as adrenaline. It causes contractions of the heart. It helps to restore a pulse in conjunction with CPR. Okay, they asked him. The jury has heard that the baby was a baby girl. Was that? Yes, he said. Elton, y'all decide that the closest place is going to be Idabel. How long did it take you to get there, y'all to get there? He said, I'm not sure off the top of my head. If we could go back to the first page, it's got the times on it. It looks like it took us 34 minutes. During the 34 minutes of transport from DeKalb to Idabel, what are you doing to the baby in the back? He says, we're continuing CPR. We're continuing to ventilate her. And we have a bag valve mask. We're continuing to give epi every 3 to 5 minutes, and we're trying to get her warm. Then they ask, were you eventually able to get a pulse back? Yes, he says. They ask him, okay, so by the time you arrived at the Idabel Hospital, the baby had a pulse? Yes. And is that reflected here on the vital signs taken at 10:37 that there is a pulse? Yes. And when you arrived at the Idabel Hospital, what happens there at the hospital? He says one of the OB nurses met us outside. I guess that there had been some miscommunication. I think that they thought we were coming in with just a baby that had just been delivered. We came out of the back of the truck. The heart rate was less than 60. So we were still doing chest compressions, and she was still not breathing. So we were breathing for her. So they took us up to the second floor to their OB unit. Crossland testified that he observed no cuts, scrapes, abrasions, or visible injuries on Braxland. On the cross-examination, Crossland further explained his observations about Braxland's heartbeat. The defense asked him, but you said that there was a heartbeat at some point. Yes. Now, did you know that because you had placed monitors on the chest? He says, we saw changes in the monitor, which signaled to us we had her on an end-tidal capnography that we perform what is that? Scooter's going to say, put your glasses on. Capnography, waveform capnography on our monitor. We saw a spike in that reading, which is a cardiac arrest and signifies a return of circulation, but it is not. And then they said, but it does not indicate whether it's going to be maintained or not. It does not, he said. And was it just very faint? And he says the capnography reading was very good, and it stayed. Now, the pulse that we felt, I could actually palpate it with my fingers and feel it, but it was very weak. On the redirect, they said, I remember talking to you, and you said, when y'all got the pulse back, and by back, if a baby is stillborn and born without a pulse, there's no pulse to get back. Does that make sense? He says, correct. And then they asked him, okay, from time to time you got the pulse back. You were excited and thought, we might have saved this baby. He says, yes. From Idabel back to New Boston, we were on cloud 9. We thought we had done something that, in all honesty, we thought was futile from the time we left the scene. But it's a newborn. I mean, We've got to do something. So when we got the polls back, we thought, wow, this is awesome. And then they said, and the last question that you were asked, that the baby was never alive, you don't know what the baby's condition was when she was taken via C-section from her mother's womb. No, I do not. And they said, you saw the baby at a time later, and your testimony was the conditions were that she had not just been born. That's correct. And then they said, and if the medical records reflect that the baby's time of death was sometime around 1 o'clock, the baby was alive from when you got the heartbeat back in the ambulance to the time she was declared deceased. And he says, yes. And then his testimony was corroborated by Dr. William Herron, the only doctor in McCurtain County, Oklahoma, that delivers babies. Wow, that must have been that older guy there, right? Dr. Herron testified that he had 41 years of experience in the medical field, all at McCurtain Memorial Hospital. Like Doc Baker. Dr. Herron received a call to come into the hospital while still at home. Braxlin barely had a pulse and no spontaneous respirations when Dr. Herron arrived. And Dr. Herron testified to this. They said, okay, Dr. Herron, in your training and experience, an infant, 7 pounds, approximately 35 weeks gestation, is that an infant who, absent any conditions, is viable? Yes, he says. There is also notes at 10:50, the pulse was 58. It says pacing. Is that because of, he says, an external pacemaker? Yes. Dr. Herron further testified when they said, okay, doctor, the questions I'm about to ask you are based on things that have been asked of other witnesses in this courtroom over the past couple of weeks. The baby, as we know now, was brought to the hospital at 10:27, and based on the information given by Taylor Parker to law enforcement at 9:36, she tells that the baby is about 35 minutes old. So I'm telling you that information to ask you that if, according to Taylor Parker, the baby was, this is being generous, born around 9 a.m.? Yes, he says. I remember you telling me that the time span of about 40 minutes from 9 to 9:40, 9:45, when LifeNet arrives, if that baby had been dead the entire time, do you believe they would have been able to get a pulse back? No, he says. And they said, I remember, you told me that essentially logic tells you the baby was alive because they were able to get a pulse back. Yes, he says. So they say, okay, so back to the original question to you on direct about if the baby was born deceased around 9 a.m. and the paramedics are not administering those life-saving efforts until after 9:45. In your expert opinion, do you believe they would have revived a stillborn or deceased baby? No, he says. And then Dr. James Scales, a physician in obstetrics and gynecology at Genesis Prime Care Clinic, also testified for the state. And Dr. Scales testified that over the course of 20 years, he has delivered approximately 200 babies a year. He was familiar with C-sections. Dr. Scales testified that Reagan was not having complications during her pregnancy and that Braxlin had no abnormalities. And Dr. Scales further testified that he was surprised that Braxlin had no visible injuries or knife nicks because even trained doctors going through layers of skin very carefully and relatively slowly sometimes will nick a baby. And Dr. Scales explained further in the testimony, they said, okay, the medical examiner, and actually I believe it was the doctors from Ida Bell Hospital, weighed the baby and measured the baby. Those results were that she was 7 pounds and 18.75 inches. So we're talking a woman who is 35 weeks pregnant, and the baby's that size. Would that be, in your experience, a viable baby? Yes, he says. And then they say, and doctor, do you recall us showing you some of the autopsy photos in this case of Reagan? Yes, he says. And then they say, okay. And we specifically showed you the one of the cut in the uterus to the back of the uterus. Do you remember that? He says, I remember it. They said, and I recall you said it was maybe a little bit bigger than would be necessary, but it wasn't that bad. Correct, he says. So your opinion, I think, was the person who had performed the C-section had taken some reasonable care as far as cutting into the uterus. They didn't do bad, he said. Lastly, the state called Shawnee Yeager, and Yeager testified that at Bowie County Bi-State Jail, she met Taylor Parker. Yeager was a jail trustee who helped do laundry. A trustee is an inmate who displays good behavior and is permitted to assist with jail operations and move around the jail. Due to her trustee status, weren't you a trustee? I hope you're still here, Scooter. I can't see the chat. But I think you and Linda were trustees in jail, right? Until you got in trouble for stealing that thing from the warden's room. Then you got in the hole for a while, but then you got back to trustee status. Okay. Yeager was able to speak to Taylor, and Yeager testified the following about her conversations with Taylor Parker. The question is, did Taylor Parker discuss with you that she had convinced her boyfriend, Wade Griffin, that she was pregnant? Yes. And did she give you a lot of detail on that, or did she just tell you that she had convinced him she was pregnant? Not a lot of detail, but that he believed her, that he believed she was pregnant. A lot of people think he knew. She's believable, isn't she? Very believable. All right, I want to talk to you about, did Taylor Parker tell you about when she went to cut that baby out of Reagan Hancock? Did she tell you about that? Yes. All right. I think you said that started with a knife? Started with a knife that was there, and it didn't work. See, this is what I told you. She had to go get the scalpel. As well as she wanted to. So she went to her vehicle where she had some sort of kit she used on animals, and it had a scalpel. All right, so she had a scalpel, and did she use the scalpel to finish cutting the baby out? Yes. Okay, and then what happened after the baby was cut out, Shona? She said she placed the baby up against Reagan's cheek and told her, you know, tell Mama bye. So the baby is alive? Yes, ma'am. And she told the baby, tell Mama bye? Yeah. All right, sorry, hold on a second. Did she tell you that she was... Well, what happened after that, Shona? Did she get in her car and leave? She says she was going to the hospital. Okay, and wasn't going to the hospital because the baby's in distress or anything like that? No. Okay, she was on the way to the hospital. In your discussions with me, you said that you believe she wanted to make a record that she had a baby at the hospital. Yes, ma'am. All right, on the way to the hospital, what happens to the baby? She says she looks over and the baby is not breathing, and she pulls over. Okay, and she pulled over? Yes. She didn't tell you that she got pulled over? No. She told you that she pulled over? She pulled over. Okay. And then she tells you that, what did she tell you about the cord, the umbilical cord and all that? That it was coming out of her pants. And that the first responders just, she says, assumed that she had given birth with the baby. But she didn't tell them that she had. She didn't say that she told them. She said that she just assumed that they just assumed because of the umbilical cord. Okay, and then they go on to talk about the kidnapping, okay, and that. So, and essentially, she's saying in this appeal, hey, wait a second. You can't say, get me on, this stuff because the baby was not born alive, and this is what she's trying to say in this appeal, but it's being rejected because the baby was born alive, and they can prove that. So then, when viewing the evidence in the light of most favorable, the rational juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt that Braxlin was born and is alive at the time that Taylor Parker kidnapped her. A rational juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt that Taylor Parker attempted to kidnap Braxlin, and consequently, the evidence is sufficient to support the Taylor's judgment of conviction for capital murder. Taylor Parker's first point of error is overruled. And then she talked about a change of venue. And here's what the testimony at the hearing supports the conclusion that the media coverage was not excessive and not extensive. It was not inflammatory or prejudicial. Although there were a number of print and digital newspaper articles and social media posts relating to the case, there was no estimate of how many people in Bowie County actually received or read those articles. A large part of the testimony related to comments made on the articles online, shares on personal Facebook pages, and other reactions on social media pages, such as likes in response to articles being posted online. But testimony also showed that many of the people commenting, posting, and responding to the articles were not even Bowie County residents and would not be in the jury pool. Furthermore, news stories that are accurate and objective in their coverage are generally considered by this court not to be prejudicial or inflammatory. Taylor Parker complains of articles that accurately depict the incident in which Officer Davison was killed. They are not viewed as a whole inflammatory and prejudicial. The media coverage was not pervasive, prejudicial, or extensive, and it did not permeate the Bowie County community to such an extent that a fair or impartial trial would be impossible. The trial judge acted within the zone of reasonable disagreement in denying the motion to change the venue on the presence of media coverage. The record supports the trial court finding that Taylor Parker could receive a fair trial in Bowie County, and we hold that the trial court was within its discretion in denying Taylor Parker's motion to change venue. Her second point of error is overruled. Okay, and let's see what else we've got here. Extraneous offenses. In her 7 through 11 point of error, appellant challenges the admission of extraneous offenses evidence during her trial. In her 7th point of error, she contends that the trial court erred in admitting extraneous offense evidence without reasonable notice. In her 8th point of error, okay, so this goes to 8 to 11, assuming without deciding that error was preserved, we conclude that there was no error. The state's first notice of intent to use extraneous offenses was over 100 pages in length, and it was served 3 months prior to the start of trial. Okay, so this is all overruled. And here's someone else's testimony about, let me see here. This is Griffin. Is this Griffin testifying? Let me see. The state introduced evidence from Rusty Lowe, a real estate broker with Century 21 Harvey Properties in Paris, Texas. Lowe testified that in December of 2019, a woman identifying herself as Taylor Parker or Taylor Griffin called him inquiring about a 1,500-acre tract of land on the right edge of Bowie County, valued at $4.7 million. This is when she was giving him this big song and dance that she was some syrup heiress. And yeah. Lowe testified that when he asked Taylor Parker how she was going to pay for the property, she responded that she was the heir to a syrup company. Don't you know who I am? The trial court could have reasonably concluded that this evidence was admissible as evidence of her motive. After having been rejected by the men in her life, the state sought to prove that Taylor Parker did not want to lose her newest boyfriend, Griffin, who had begun dating her after her 2019 divorce from Parker. These efforts to keep Griffin culminated in a faked pregnancy that eventually led to the deaths of Reagan and Braxton. It was within the zone of reasonable disagreement for the trial court to conclude that the evidence of Taylor Parker lying about her status as an heir to a syrup company fit within her scheme to keep Griffin, and consequently, not subsequently, was evidence of her eventual motive to murder Reagan and kidnap Braxton. At trial, the state called Angela Pate, whose husband is a distant relative of Griffin's. Angela spent a lot of time with Taylor, and Taylor told Angela stories about her life. And one such story involved Taylor's mother, Pryor, who Wade doesn't like. According to Taylor, Pryor hired the Mexican mafia to kill Taylor. Contextually, Taylor created this story immediately after she and Griffin got in a tiff at a party and stayed separate for a few days. Angela testified that Wade, as he was listening to Taylor, felt he couldn't leave her with all of this going on with her mother, and so they were back together after that. The trial court could reasonably conclude that this evidence was admissible as evidence of Taylor Parker's motive. As with the other extraneous offenses evidenced, this story again exhibited the lengths to which Taylor Parker would go to keep Griffin in their relationship. It was within the zone of reasonable disagreement for the trial court to conclude that the evidence that Taylor Parker lied about her mother taking a hit out on her with the Mexican mafia within her scheme to keep Griffin, and consequently was evidence of her eventual motive to murder Reagan and kidnap Braxton. Appellant lies when she wants to, and it was normal. At trial, the state introduced testimony from Deanna Parker, Hunter Parker's mother, and Bobby Jordan, the interim police chief for the city of Texarkana. On direct examination by the state, Deanna Parker testified to this. They asked her, "So, she knows when she's lying?" Deanna said, "Absolutely, yes, she does." "Did she seem normal?" That's the word they've been using. "Did it seem pretty normal to you?" Deanna says she seemed normal. Okay, so they said, yeah, that's fine. Point of error 9, the admissibility of, let's see which that one is. In her briefing, Taylor Parker contends that 4 pieces of extraneous offense evidence that was admitted during the punishment were in no way related to the future danger special issue. First, Parker challenges the admission of evidence that she sold a former coworker some bread for a kid's school fundraiser, but failed to deliver the bread. As punishment, the state introduced evidence from Nana Ayoski, Parker's former coworker at Genesis Prime Care. Nona. Nona testified that she purchased $14 of bread from Taylor Parker through the fundraiser, but that Taylor was terminated from her job. Taylor never delivered the bread. This seems kind of crazy, didn't you? Or returned her money. It was within the zone of reasonable disagreement for the trial judge to conclude the evidence that Taylor Parker committed theft was relevant to the future dangerousness special issue. That does sound kind of crazy, guys. For the death penalty, okay, she could say, oh gosh, I meant to go over there, I lost my job, it was $14, I got the bread. Come on, that seems a little bit insane. I'm just sorry to me. I think they couldn't find something. This woman probably did so much stuff. Are you really like that? Okay. Sorry. Next, Taylor Parker challenges evidence that she claimed to be an heiress of the Morton Salt fortune. This is much better to use, yeah. At trial, the state elicited testimony from Melissa Mason, Taylor Parker's former supervisor, who testified that Taylor Parker's history of untruthfulness and that Taylor Parker claimed to Mason that she was an heiress of the Morton Salt fortune. She should probably say that little graphic over there was that was based on me, but the Morton Salt's been around. She would have to be 100 years old probably. A lie about her family background told to an employer, also arguably related to the future dangerousness special issue because it fit within the state's theory at trial that she had the propensity for not telling the truth due to her psychopathic traits. Okay, that I agree. It's good because it's impersonation, it's craziness, and she's making up things to manipulate somehow. But what year was this? Doesn't she think that somebody might somehow look this up? It might be like that someone used to say about that creator. She'd go ahead, look it up, and then people wouldn't look it up. Lastly, Taylor Parker challenges evidence that she once cursed at her grandmother as a teenager. Okay, now this sounds insane, okay? And evidence that she asked for a bigger desk at work. This is going towards her death penalty. Come on. Have you guys ever heard of something like this? Come on. Now, the other stuff, the more... As before, the admission of evidence is reviewed for harmless error under the rule of appellate procedure, blah, blah, blah. The gruesome nature of the crime and the state's additional punishment phase, yada, yada, yada. Having reviewed the challenged evidence in the appellate's briefing, we conclude that there was either no trial court error or that... I don't think there was a trial court error, but I'm just questioning... you're sitting there, and you're in the law office, and they're like, okay, I think we're gonna bring up these things. I'm like, okay, she once cursed at her grandmother? We're bringing that in for this? The Morton Salt. Let's keep the Morton Salt. Yeah, a bigger desk at work. Maybe she needed a bigger desk. I think we should take that out of there. And what's the other one there? That fundraiser's the $14 the bread because she lost her job? I'd stay with the Morton salt and the syrup errors. Okay, guys? I can't even imagine the lawyer presenting that. Listen now, here's her future dangerousness. She once cursed at her grandmother, and I think that's the reason she needs to be put to death. Come on. Okay. Having reviewed the challenge evidence, they conclude that there is no trial court error, and presuming error, we have more than a fair assurance that the error did not have a substantial or injurious effect on the jury's verdict. I don't think it did either. I just think it sounds a little bit crazy. Appellant's 9th point of error is overruled. Now, the 10th one is, let's see what she said shouldn't have been brought in. I wish I could see your chat. I need a third monitor. Let's see. But instead of, let me see what she did here. Objection at trial to the excessiveness of case law from this court, recognizing the excessiveness is a bar to the admissibility of Rule 404B evidence. She argues that the circumstances of extraneous offense evidence, from inadequate notices to introduction of impermissible character evidence in the guilt phase to admission of evidence irrelevant to the special issues in the penalty phase, violated her right to a fair trial. And they say, let's see, stereotypes. In her 11th point of error, appellant argues the introduction of evidence invoking gender stereotypes violated due process. But Taylor failed to object on the basis in the trial court, so the error was not preserved. There were no objections at trial to any evidence on the basis that the evidence invoked gender stereotypes in violation of due process. Consequently, Taylor did not preserve any error for appellate review. Okay, admission of other evidence. Let's see what she's got here. Okay, is the admission of a 911 call made by Reagan's mother. Jessica Brooks is her point of error 12. 28 crime scene photos, point of error 13. And a video of Reagan's body is the point of error 14 and 15. 62 photographs of Reagan's autopsy, point of error 16. 3 photographs of Braxland's autopsy, point of error 17. And 2 additional photographs of the deceased infant, point of error 18. Appellant also contends that the cumulative effect of the errors affected her substantial rights in both the guilt and the punishment phases of the trial. We overrule each of the appellant's points of error. In her 12th point of error, the appellant contends the trial court admitted a recorded 911 call by the decedent's mother, Jessica Brooks, that served no purpose beyond demonstrating her devastation at the loss of her daughter and unborn granddaughter. Appellant further asserts that the probative value of the 911 call was outweighed by its prejudicial effect. Okay, so they go outside another case and they say, we explain that evidence such as this is admissible at the guilt phase to provide a framework within which the particulars of the state's evidence could be developed, even though the evidence did not of itself establish any material fact not otherwise proven in the balance of the state's case. In the appellant's case, that's Taylor's case, Brooks discovered Reagan's body and reported the crime. Consequently, her recorded 911 call was admissible to provide a framework within which the particulars of the state's case could be developed. Okay, so that's overruled. As with the admissibility decisions, we review a trial court's decision to admit or exclude photographic evidence. Okay, so this is about the photographs, and they say that a photograph is generally admissible if verbal testimony about the matters depicted in the photograph is also admissible. So the crime scene photos. And they said Rule of Evidence 403 provides that a trial court may exclude relevant evidence if it is probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice. Taylor says the trial court erred by admitting 28 of the 137 crime scene photographs, which were substantially more prejudicial than probative. The state's exhibits offer wide panoramic shots of the crime scene from different angles. They depict various pieces of furniture around the crime scene, as well as the spread of blood and footprints. State's exhibits 298, 299 specifically depict a pillow and towels that are covered in blood. And then 353 through 374 depict the injuries inflicted on Reagan's body, as well as the spread of blood around Reagan's body. As we have previously recognized, the photographs in question were probative of the crime scene, and the injuries received by the victim were necessary for the state in developing its case. And because they were not overly gruesome, the photographs did not pose the potential of impressing the jury in some irrational way. Furthermore, the gruesomeness of the crime that merely reflects the actions of the defendant is not sufficient reason for excluding the photographs as evidence. Consequently, the trial court's decision to admit the crime scene photographs was within the zone of reasonable disagreement and was not an abuse of discretion, and so that's overruled. Then the autopsy photos at the points 16 and 17. So they're going to say the autopsy photographs are generally admissible unless they depict mutilation of a victim caused by the autopsy itself. Let's see. Changes rendered by the autopsy process are of minor significance if the disturbing nature of the photograph is primarily due to the injuries caused by the appellant. The challenged exhibits depict the full extent of Reagan's fatal injuries, including stab wounds and incisions to her face and neck. Evidence of possible strangulation and blunt force skull fractures. The same photographs depict the autopsy process is of little importance. These changes were necessary to show the jury the full scope of the internal injuries that Reagan suffered from Taylor Parker's assault. The evidence is highly probative of Taylor Parker's mental state at the time that she committed the crime, which in turn is relevant to the future dangerousness special issue. Of course it is. I mean, they show autopsy photos all the time. They're gruesome, they're horrible. It's, they tell the family, like with Austin Metcalf, they said, you please leave because it's going to be very, very difficult to view the photos. Likewise, the challenge exhibits in appellant's 17th point of error depict the injuries that Braxland suffered, including evidence of focal subscapular hemorrhage. The medical examiner testified that this type of injury could be consistent with the infant's mother being hit in the stomach while the infant was still in utero. Furthermore, the photographs depict evidence of hemorrhaging involving the umbilical cord, which also could be potentially caused by some sort of blunt trauma. Like the evidence in the appellant's 16th point of error, this evidence is highly probative of Taylor Parker's mental state at the time she committed the crime, which in turn is relevant to the future dangerousness special issue. Consequently, the trial court's decision to admit the autopsy photographs was within the zone of reasonable disagreement and was not an abuse of discretion. We overrule that. Okay. And then let's see. Her 18th point of error contends that the trial court abused its discretion by admitting 2 photographs of Braxlin after she was recovered by paramedics and transported to the hospital. The photographs depict the as-is state that Braxlin was in immediately after Taylor Parker's crude C-section and prior to her later autopsy. The trial court could have reasonably concluded that the photographs were relevant to offer the jury a comprehensive view of Braxlin's condition and to assist in its determination that Braxlin was born and is alive at the time she was kidnapped. As with the autopsy photographs, the trial court could have also reasonably concluded that the additional photographs of Braxlin were probative of Taylor Parker's mental state at the time she was committing the crime, which in turn is relevant to the future dangerousness special issue. So, of course, that is going to be then overruled. Let's see here. And then admissibility of the video. A video of the decedent's body at the crime scene. And what they say is, we have held in the past that a videotape and still photographs are not entirely cumulative of each other. A videotape offers a panoramic view of a scene that still photographs often do not offer. We have previously upheld the admission of a videotape of the crime scene against Rule 403 claim that the evidence was unduly cumulative or caused undue delay. We see little difference between the present situation and the facts of our prior case. Although the appellant also claims unfair prejudice, we find that the videotape simply reflects the gruesomeness of the crime, and that is not sufficient reason for excluding the evidence. Okay, and so go on and on, but let me check your chat because I feel bad because I'm not talking to you guys. Let's see. Angelina says, I'll catch the rest on replay. Oh, you're going to bed now, Angelina? Good night. Hart says, Barb, Wade's mom thought she was a liar. I'm glad someone had no trouble calling her out. Angelina said, I feel bad for the family, first responders, and anyone else since this documentary came out and they have to relive this. Barb, exactly, I'm with you. Hart said, yes, Angelina, and I also feel bad for Wade. Imagine how he must feel knowing she did such an unimaginable, horrific thing so that she could keep up with one of her lies to keep him. Let's see. Let me go back up here. Where Scooter left already and everything? Wow. Okay. Kubi, you don't know this story? It's on Netflix, Maternal Instinct. It doesn't have all of it, everything in there, but you'll get a gist of it. Let's see. Yes, she did everything to get him to. That poor woman. Reagan's family will never be the same. No, they will never be the same. Let's see. Okay, and Angelina's going good night night. Scooter, are you still here or you left already? So I think, what is it? It's 2 something. It's probably time to play the word game. It's probably time to play the word game. She fooled so many people, yet, says Barbie. Hi, Barbie. How are you? It's good to see you, Barbie. You say she fooled so many people, yet when the detective told her that they knew she had a hysterectomy, she said her uterus must have grown back. Well, oh boy. Her uterus must have grown back. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, I appreciate you all coming in, and we try to do the word game to clear our mind of a lot of stuff, and tonight is definitely crazy, right? Just horrible. I'm good, waiting on the Microsoft CEO murder case in August. I'm going to follow it with you. Okay, but are you ready for Clancy on July? Are you following the Clancy case on July 20th? The woman that killed her 3 kids in Massachusetts and is claiming temporary insanity due to like PPD, PPP. Are you following that case? Defuse. Oh, defused, yeah. Very good, hi. Yeah, the mothers, yeah, I know. Think about that poor little girl, too. So crazy. There's no 3-letter words, though. It starts in July? Yes, it will. And we've been covering it here. Look at my Lindsay Clancy stuff. We've been going over it like crazy, Barbie. We've been going over it like crazy cakes. Make sure you're subbed up and you hit all the notifications. Yes, because we're going to follow it like crazy. And I'm going to try to see what I have to do to get the permission to stream it here. Some trials I can easily stream. But even if I can't stream it, I will be covering it. What do you got? Beds I tried. Fonts. Do. Oh, didn't I do deeds? I thought I did. Very good. Deeds. Okay, and then we've got one more with an F. V, what would this be? Oh, fees, it has to be fees. There, we did it. So yeah, Barbie, make sure. Ugh, 2 days left of June, get out of here. Barbie, did you follow my other cases with us? I've watched a few with you through the years. I found you when you covered the Watts case years ago. Yeah, that's the way most people found me, Barbie. That's the way. But yeah, set, sit. His, right? Yep, and then there's got to be the morning after. Thought about that in a long time. She. Sight. Got to be. So weird how a song you've not heard in so long just comes to you. It's crazy. She. 8. Oh, very good. What did I just do here? What did you do? No, we can't. What did you do there? We did 8s. Yeah, but we can't do that because we don't have another tight. What did you get? Tight? T-I-G-H-T. Oh, very good. T-I-G-H-T-S. Very good. Very good, heart. Let's see. We can't do that because we don't have 2 H's, heart. We only have 1 H. That's what Hi said before, but there's only 1 H. I don't know what this last word is. Oh, Titus did not work? Let me see. Oh, yeah. I didn't see anybody put that in. Very good. Very good. Wow, you guys are going to town, but wait, you're missing some of the words. I mean, you're missing some of the letters, but I'm trying to catch up with you. I tried damn, it didn't go in. My stomach is going crazy now. Oh, what do we got here? Damaging. Very good. What else do you got there? Admit I got there. What do you got? What do you got? Mania? Oh, there you are. Hello, Murder of Crows. Oh, you got in here before. I didn't even see you. I didn't even see you. I have iron up there. Goon I already tried. We're too close to the advancement. We gotta. Uh-oh. Risk, yep, that's good. Ick, I tried. Ticks. Okay, and one more would be what is it? Inks? No. There's no N. Skid is already up there. Irks. Yay! Very good. And dinged. What is it? Does anybody know this last word? Because then we're going to get our advancement and then we play one more and then we can go to sleep. I tried dinge. I think I know what it is. Oh no. No, I don't. I tried dinge. We have. Ah, that's it. Oh my gosh. Now we got to play one more. We're going to get an advancement. We are a, what are we at? What the heck are we? What are we? I can't even read that. A tarot? Such a random word. Yeah. We got to get this one though so we can go to bed. Hi, Heather Snoopy. How are you? Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Sorry if I missed anybody else. My eyes are kind of closing. I want to hopefully finish this. Nub, what else do we got? Bib, bub, nib, hurry up, I'm falling asleep. Let's see. Glum we have up there. Nub, bib, nil. Come on, you guys. Lung. That must be one. Hold on. Lung. Yes. And we need one more. Glib. Has to be glib. Oh my gosh, you guys, we did it. All right, that's enough for tonight. It's been a long night. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to all the watchers. Thank you to all the people that are nervous to come into the chat. You can come in. And thank you to everybody that's watching and staying with us and participating and been here, and appreciate it and appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for you all. And I will see you, and thank you for Angelina for sending in the super chat tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you all. Have a good night. Be good, and we'll see you. Thank you, Heather, Snoopy, for coming in tonight. Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody. And see you tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I'm so God bless. Yeah, prayers for everyone that needs them. We all need them. I'm falling asleep so bad. Hi, now I am falling asleep. Oh, thank you. Hi, appreciate you all. Everybody be good, stay safe, and God willing.